It's like we're living in some dystopian science fiction novel. You know what I mean?
Menu narrative.
Fucking hell. If you suspect you've been...
Bagley,
Good work on support, but we need you on the board.
ready to play?
Your move.
A digital security breach affects everyone.
Oh! What's going on? Come on, work, you stupid piece of...
Can't trust my optic with anything. I know they say this shit's secure.
How you
My
been?
entire life is safe in there. My friend got his hat. Half his e-tokens were gone in less than an hour. Scary stuff.
Just through me. Fuck. No, not
I
there.
put fake names for all my accounts.
There we go.
Using VPNs and different passwords every time.
What?
The Bug, nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain.
Yum yum.
Hello, Resistance fans. You're listening to The Bug Podcast, the objective voice of objection for this most objectionable world. I am Andy, not my real name, so good luck finding me, Monsieur Bloom. My real name is, in fact, Andrew, and I live in, note this down, a deluded pseudo-reality of my own making, which is, in fact, the most densely populated place on Earth these days. Overcrowded, some might say. Joining me, as always, my next-door neighbour in these Netherlands of nonsense. It's Alice.
Yes, indeed, it is Alice. Alice, who the bleep is Alice? I am not going to tell you that, but you can just sort of sense it from the timbre of my voice.
Let's spin the wheel and find out where we're getting today's news from. Here. It's coming from here. I must get a new wheel with at least one other place on it. And the headline today, Alice, our borders are safe. We can all sleep easy in our well-bordered beds. 4,000 illegals were deported last month. These illegal people breaking the law just by existing. And, of course, illegality is contagious. It can osmose through your skin just by standing next to an illegal person. So we've got rid of 4,000 of them. My question for you, Alice, is why only 4,000? Is that really enough? I will not feel safe until at least another 75 million people have been deported from this country. And I'm here in Britain on my own.
As a bleeding heart lefty, Andy, I would normally be outraged about this, but really I think mass deportation is a very handy way to break up with a partner. I'm sorry, baby, I love you, but an anonymous source has reported you for snoring really loudly in a French way.
So everyone out, no exceptions. Alice, not even you. It's for the good of the country. Everyone out, unless you can prove that you're...
Oh!
got time for this nonsense. Can I help you? Oh, she's not in a good mood.
She's a shady character, that's for sure. Her network activity shows she's been trying to hack the National Health Service.
No, no, no. Fucking with medical care is not okay. The NHS is barely hanging on as it is.
You're right. What if she injected some easily deletable code or opened an easily closable back door? Blimey, it might take me seconds to fix. Come on, just connect me to a hospital server and I'll sort it.
Okay, I'm on it.
Right.
You have to admit, those guys have got style. Those masks are sick.
Ain't that a much needed change of pace? Well, that just made up for this shit day.
You... What? See?
You alright?
Good seeing you.
There isn't anything to say about letting a bunch of armed machines patrol the streets. Since when did anyone think that was okay?
It's weird.
It takes training.
It's not like I've forgotten where I live or nothing.
Fire and
Not like
gun.
that. It's just like
I'd sooner jump
turned
into an early
everything
grave
down
than
and
trust
like.
those bloody drones.
There's our target.
Sorry, but I
Over.
really need this.
Use a pursuit intervention technique.
Britain has a long heritage in world-leading innovation. From the steam engine to the Spitfire, it is the spirit and ingenuity of our people that has made us strong. That is why at Albion, we believe in delivering the next generation of personalized security to all of our citizens. For when it comes to the future, it's your safety that's our security.
Auto drive now enabled.
Spread out and look.
Hello and welcome back to The Upload. In this episode, we're talking about CTOS 3.0, the city operating system that's now powering all of London. For those of you who need reminding, as if anyone does at this point, CTOS was first used in Chicago in 2014 and then San Francisco in 2017 before coming here to London. And every time it's been rolled out, it's been pretty much an unmitigated disaster.
For those of you who are listening who are lucky enough not to be here in London's chaotic scenes, it's worth remembering that the telecoms tower is now owned by Bloom. The tower looms over northwest London. It's always been a communications hub, acting as part of the UK's television and communications network, although there's been some secrecy around its use, and now that Bloom owns it, it's only even more secret.
Yeah, now everything that's part of Bloom's city surveillance operation is run through the telecoms tower.
Do you have a criminal record? Report it immediately.
It's got that silly
Failure to do so may result in greater delays or even criminal charges.
What's that even about? What does it do? I don't see that there's any purpose to that at all.
It's a blight on the skyline, if you ask me, and it's become the main point of control for millions of people. The system network and Bagley are both operated and streamed from there too.
And don't forget about the self-driving cars too.
I always thought they were just running on their own.
No, CTOS is the big control system behind the cars. There was a point back in the earliest days of self-driving car technology that they operated by themselves. They used to use a series of sensors to see the world around them. Radar, for instance, would look far off into the distance, while LiDAR would detect objects nearby. And while these cars still use some of this technology, Bloom CTOS and its detailed maps and data that it has on London really makes Bloom be able to take control of it. And CTOS can take control of your car if you're parked incorrectly. It's no surprise that it was made mandatory to have a self-driving car.
The system is so bad, though. It's so annoying. Whenever I try to use one of the shareable self-driving cars, I always find myself stuck in traffic jams or roadblocks. Not to mention the accidents. I've heard so many stories of cars shunting into the back of others. I think they're worse than human drivers sometimes.
The technology was meant to make things better, but Bloom has made it so bad that it just makes London even more chaotic than it was before. I'm giving up on the cars. I'm only using the bikes, which are not self-driving at the moment, at least. And don't even get me started on the data. Everything that Bloom sees from your movements around the city and the self-driving cars is collected and feeds back into its big information control system.
Oh, not you and Bloom and privacy again. You're a broken record.
Not as broken as our city's cars.
Emergencies are never welcome. But what if, when you dial 999, no one answers the call? Operator shortages and unreliable automated systems have been blamed for a number of deaths this year alone. Visit GBB as we look at the system and why it is failing to come to the rescue.
The Bug, nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain.
Yum, yum.
Hello, Bugs. This is The Bug. I'm Andy. This is Alice, and today we're going to be pretending that everything is fine. Yeah, and back. Yeah, that was fun, wasn't it? That was as long as I could manage. A second and a half. A reality time now, however. And, well, finally, today, we're going to road test the latest update to the CSAY app, the government app that has brought the great British tradition of snitching on people you don't like back to the very heart of public life, the school playground. I'm going to tell a new threat. It's got a whole new lease of life these days, thanks to CSAY, and isn't Britain all the more fun because of it? No more grumbling about your neighbours playing their music too loud, just simply report them to the state and have them, shall we say, involuntarily rehoused at Hotel Cass, the chain of hotels that was formerly known as the prison service. What was the slogan? Is it, if you see something, say something, or if you think you might at some point see something, say something, or if you haven't seen anything but don't like someone, say something anyway. So, well, let's have a look at this new app. Alice, I'm sure you've got it on your phone. I mean, at first glance, well, the interface is lovely. It's so neatly designed. A simple button to snitch on someone. That's so much better than non-government informer apps like Stool Easy, Can Canary or Narc Shark. I mean, look, I just need to geocache where the person I'm ratting on currently is. Let's call her, for the sake of argument, Alice.
Sorry, Andy, I was busy reporting you to the authorities for rolling your eyes when passing a Nigel Cass propaganda poster.
Could you not let me report you first, please? Let's have some decorum about this. I'll just take a quick little photo so they can get a drone to pick you out of a crowd at your next riot or trip to the shops or walk in the woods. And you can input your accusations with the app. Well, let's go old school. Let's call the phone line. Let's call the phone line. Here's the number, listeners, in case you want to dob someone in, as long as it's not me. 0044 203 807 3832. And don't forget to get the permission of the person who pays your bills before you call that number.
Hey, I'd like to report my co-host Andrew, who runs an underground satirical anti-government comedy show, for running and co-hosting an underground satirical anti-government comedy show. Also, he does terrible puns.
Well, excuse me, I have a suspect for you. That is my co-host, Alice. I have some evidence for you. She tutted audibly at the sight of an Albion vehicle in the street yesterday. She says she prefers pigeons to Bloom drones. I mean, come on, seriously, when did a drone ever crap on your picnic? And what's more, and look, I've no idea if this is true or not, but I have it on very good authority, so please write this down, that she owns not one, but two unlicensed fallopian tubes, whatever they are, but they sound dodgy.
If I had a crypto for every time someone had reported my fallopian tubes, I'd have 3. Sure, I think it converts to about 120,000 Great British pounds in the old money.
We'll report back in the next episode about whether or not we've been arrested and interned. I mean, I love this system, Alice. I mean, no more awkward, rumbling resentments with your neighbours, your colleagues, or, what the heck, in for a penny, your family. You just dob them in and be done with it. But I guess it could backfire. I mean, the thing is with a family, inevitably parents and their children, they end up squabbling, and, in today's Britain, your kids are going to dob you in, so you might as well get in there first and preemptively counter-dob them in to the authorities. What's that number again? Let's call them up again. Hey, I've got someone else. It's my son. Let's call him Norris. He never tidies his bedroom. He gets up late. He listens to illegal, non-government sanctioned music and is covertly plotting the downfall of the government and the restoration of a true democracy. Thank you.
Yeah, just define all your household chores as patriotic, and if they fail to do them, dob them in.
Problem solved.
If you don't do the washing up, do you even want a clean British ethnostat?
This is the bug on the Buccaneer.
The bug.
Well, before we go today, Alice, let's delve into what we most miss about the old days. I'm going to kick off with the flag. I never thought I'd miss the old Union Jack, but somehow our new flag managed to be even more irritating than that. I don't know quite what it is, if it's the new colour scheme, or if it's just that it symbolises the loss of everything we once held dear. But that flag irritates the hell out of me.
Was everything you ever held dear Scotland?
Well, that was something I held quite dear.
I miss being able to dodge my friends' destination weddings in Italy. There's nothing worse than being asked to spend the equivalent of a motorbike on some sort of boat-based farce in Sorrento, and I always used to really enjoy saying, oh no, I can't afford it. Now they're all getting married in Brighton and I have to go to that alleged beach. It's made of rocks, Andy. If your sandcastle is an actual castle, that's not a beach.
Tell you what I miss. I miss free will. That was fun. Remember that? I mean, was it an illusion all the time? Who cares? It felt fun. I miss cash. Particularly coins. I really miss coins. The fun of doing a heads or tails best of 5 to see if you had to go to the gym, and then a best of 7, a best of 9 until you won. That was a long losing streak. Now with crypto, all the romance has gone out of heads and tails.
I miss romance, Andy. I miss there being mystery in life and not just a hope that your new partner isn't good enough at hacking to find out all the information the government has on you.
Bye for now, bug fans. Keep feeding the kitten of resistance, and one day it will grow into a Tyrannosaurus Rex that will use the Cass family as toothpicks. Metaphorically, of course.
You're listening to The Bug.
May cause nausea, vomiting and headaches. You're listening to The Bug, the Resistance comedy show brought to you by the Buccaneer Network. I'm Andy. Joining me, as always, Alice.
I'm excited to be here. Apparently, the Resistance is not going well.
Again? Well, there has been some news about DedSec, the resistance and or terrorist organisation, delete according to preference. Not preference, sorry, delete according to whether or not you work for the government, SIRS, Bloom, the Kellys or Albion. According to a SIRS official, DedSec is no longer a threat. which I guess is true in that it was never a threat in the first place. Reminds me of when my great-aunt Gladys had her appendix out. Oh, Andy, that surgeon's a real threat, waggling that knife at me, trying to knock me out. Well, they called a scalpel and an anaesthetic, Gladys. Anyway, if SIRS officials say DedSec is dead and buried, I guess we have to assume that DedSec has never been stronger. But I do worry, Alice. I mean, sometimes I think, is there any hope? Do you still have hope?
I don't think I'm allowed to have hope. We're living in the self-selected, algorithmically designated information equivalent of a propaganda state, and every resistance that I've ever seen is weaker than the British pound. I feel like hope is an expensive thing to buy these days.
Right. I mean, is it all totally pointless? I mean, it can feel pointless, but then again, I've spent almost all of my life doing pointless things, like watching sport, thinking about watching sport, learning French and hoping for a better future. All completely pointless. But yeah, I've done them, so we might as well carry on. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Yes, I think there is. Unfortunately, what is that light? Is it an oncoming train? Well, no, it couldn't be. Obviously, that train would be late or cancelled. Is the light at the end of the tunnel a burning effigy of the concept of hope? Quite possibly. Is it the soul of Sky Larson imploding into its own vacuum? May well be that. Is it the ego of Nigel Cass that is now so big that it's sucked all the light in the universe into itself? I think that it's most likely is that, but we'll never give up, Bug fans. This resistance will never die. And one day, we will again be free. Free from these technological chains, free to choose our own futures, free to live our own lives, free to waste our time watching people bake cakes and dance badly again. Those were the days. Over and out. Before we go, time for a quick bug off. I'm going to nominate this week Sky Larson here at the Bug. We are all in favour of strong, powerful women. And in many ways, Sky is the ultimate feminist icon, proving that women can do just as abominably awful things to this planet as men. I mean, overall, Alice, I think we're still ahead as men, but you lot are catching up. Fair play. Fair play to you. You are listening to The Bug.
Tick-tock, tick-tock, time is ticking. It's time to give the electorate a good old kicking.
Singing in the Rain meets A Clockwork Orange in this savage analysis of the British political class.
This cabinet, built of English oak, only upper-class voices were the ones that spoke.
Get a ticket, steal a ticket, break down the fire exit door, just get to see this show. Broken Dreams, the political musical of the decade. Book your seat at the Verity Theatre now.
Welcome back to The Upload. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency. Crypto now seems like it's been around forever, but it's really quite a new invention. Were you an early adopter?
I was one of the first that was in this market. That seemed to be a new way of financial transactions, a new way of money. It's something that we could completely reinvent and change some of the legacy financial systems around the world and really give power back to the people.
Yeah, it was a real shift in the way that the world works. Let's recap the basics. So, central to cryptocurrency is the distributed ledger technology, the tech that keeps track of all transactions. And what this means is you can have a decentralized system without having to trust any one party, like old-fashioned banks.
One of the reasons why I got involved so early was that you could stay anonymous.
Yeah, the features of cryptocurrency very much fit into that early mindset. It was all about finding an alternative to centralized systems. It was kind of a countercultural punk ethos. The whole point of the distributed ledger is you're not trusting any one person to keep a track of who has what money or how they're spending it. It's all out there in the open for anyone to see, and yet you can remain secretive.
But not everybody now wants to keep up this crypto legacy. They don't share this attitude anymore. We've seen institutions, businesses, even governments experimenting with crypto, which doesn't really fit into its original radical counterculture mold.
Yeah, it's kind of weird today to think of people not using cryptocurrency. It's so mainstream now. You know, I'm almost nostalgic for the feel of cash. Good old-fashioned paper and coins. First they changed the paper notes to plastic notes, and now it's just all digital. There's nothing to hold on to.
It was great just to be able to have a little bit of money to carry around with you.
I think the turning point in the UK really came a few years ago when the pound dropped 10% over just one season. People living off grid started using crypto, and just as everyone was losing faith in the pound, they were gaining it in cryptocurrency, which turned out to be much more stable, kind of the opposite to what people thought in the beginning.
And then, of course, there was the recession. It didn't take long for startups to see an opportunity in this new way of doing finance. A lot of traditional money was converted to crypto, and it really shook up the financial sector.
Can you remember when they first introduced crypto cash points?
That was really sneaky. It was a classic startup behaviour. They just installed them everywhere. No consultation with the government, no approval or anything. But people immediately started to use them.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of how Bloom put out the Optic. They just made it free and flooded the streets with these devices. Suddenly everyone had them.
If there's this great option of tech, people are just going to start using it, no matter the cost.
Parliament actually tried to put a stop to the cash points, but people were using them so much already. There was outrage. I mean, some parts of London were already using crypto as their primary currency by then.
And now, apparently, or at least in theory, crypto is illegal.
Yeah, in May this year, economists found that crypto was being traded more than the pound, and banks were not happy. They basically forced the government to ban cryptocurrency in a last-ditch effort to save the pound.
But it's not like that's worked. People are still using crypto, and it's been pushed further, deeper underground. Things used to work fine with crypto, and it was just a peer-to-peer sharing economy-style system. Now it's all on the dark web and wrapped up again in organised crime.
Yeah, if you want to make something thrive on the black market, just make it illegal.
Richard Salter spent a fortnight living amongst London's homeless. Join GBB tonight for Hidden Homeless, the untold story of London's forgotten people.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Tash, on Buccaneer, your source for what they don't want you to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the GBB. As we know, the broadcaster has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from his corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the GBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Charles, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by demagogues all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing was to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One was the use of manipulative techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept people in, and it kept them in the loop. So we ended up in a situation where nobody trusted anything, and nobody believed anything at all. And that is the perfect environment for an authoritarian voice to come in and say, no, wait, we are the truth. So the ground for this environment really got created when we had suddenly authoritarian politicians everywhere, and anything that threatened them or they disagreed with, they would call it disinformation. That's disinformation, that's fake news. And again, we got in a situation where nobody really believed anything. And the trouble is if you were telling the truth, it's very hard to get your message to cut through all of the noise of all of the disinformation that's there. So like, you know, you remember Out on the Edges, there was this story about when they would take a house by force, they would take any infants and they would crucify them. And that's a great, fantastic, viral story. And how do you counter that story? With the truth. The only way you can counter it is by saying, no, they didn't. And of course, no one wants to spread that story. No one wants to hear that story. They want to hear the sensationalism. They want to hear how people were victims of violence when in fact they weren't. Or they were victims of insurgent forces when in fact they weren't.
The news isn't neutral, it's a battleground. Here's media researcher and academic Alfie.
The media has, of course, been perhaps the key way in which governments have controlled and influenced their populations. So, totalitarian countries have typically used huge mainstream media outlets to sell one kind of news, one kind of biased news to its population. Of course, the media has always played this kind of key role in methods of state control. I think what's happening now is perhaps even more concerning, where you previously, in pre-crisis Britain, we had perhaps more diverse voices in the media, but now with the GBB, you're really only seeing one brand of news, and therefore only getting one truth. So people end up with a very biased and controlled idea of the reality and the world that we're actually living in. There was, of course, many concerns and many problems, but in a way there were some positive things, that like not all information was coming from one place, and so you'd have kind of far-right media outlets developing and then left-wing media outlets developing to combat those and kind of challenge the mainstream newspapers, TV stations, radios, and make sure people were questioning the validity and truth of the information they were receiving. So whilst there was the digital afforded more fake information, it also makes us suspicious and sceptical of information and makes us question the information we're getting. And I think in pre-crisis Britain, it might not have seemed great at the time, but there was something positive about that there was a lot of distrust in the media and in the different kinds of truths that were being told. Whereas now, I think you're seeing a return to a more traditional and older pre-digital sense, actually, of people just trusting what they're told, and that's why we have to be here with radio stations like this to challenge those conceptions. Most citizens feel pretty hopeless, I think, and unable to fight back against these kind of huge mainstream corporations that simply entrench and support the ideals and ideologies of the state. It can seem very hopeless indeed, but I think, the fact that you're out there listening, we're in here talking, shows that there is still a space to combat these false truths and disinformation that's being sold to us, and that it's never possible really to completely shut down, despite all the technologies that they have at their disposal and all the financial and corporate power and all the physical power. It's never quite possible to shut down people's desire to get to the truth and fight for their own ideologies and values, and we're out here starting that task, so don't give up hope.
You've been listening to Buccaneer with me, Tash. We'll be back soon with more of what you'll never hear on the GBB. Keep listening, keep sharing, and keep resisting.
When you think of your dream home, do you picture peace and quiet? With solar power, grey water recycling and green walls, you'll get the freshness of countryside here in the heart of the city. We know you think green, you act green. So, when the doors close, you've earned the right to put other people's problems behind you. E-Flats. We make your apartment a showroom for your conscience.
Coming up today on The Upload, we're talking about Skye Larson, the enigmatic founder of Broker Tech. Everyone knows her name, but no one knows too much about her, and we only really see her these days as a hologram. She was pretty young when she launched Broker Tech, the company that is best known for introducing Bagley to the world. Nowadays, it's hard to remember a world before Bagley.
Bagley is the most advanced, significant AI of our time, and it's really blown all the other AIs that were created out of the water. And I think that what Skye Larson's done with Bagley is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine the optic without it. But what do you know about Skye Larson herself?
Not a lot, other than that she's actually pretty incredible. I've followed her work for a long time, and she's always been a pretty private person. I know that she supposedly grew up in the countryside, but there isn't actually that much more we know about her other than this tech that she's put out into the world.
I've always found it a bit creepy that she's so obsessed with this idea of transhumanism.
Why wouldn't you be? When you've got a mind as amazing as Sky's, why wouldn't you want to take what you've got and actually augment it by working with technology, by improving your physical self, changing your body and the world around you, implementing more technology to extend your life and really sort of extend human capabilities?
You sound pretty much in love with Sky Larson, I have to say.
I can't comment on that, but I am a big fan of her work. She's been one of these people that has transformed the world around us, and just watching how her mind works from afar is pretty incredible, because some of what the technology she's introduced has changed how we all live our lives, and Bagley has been this really incredible assistance to humanity as a whole. Did I ever tell you that I actually interviewed Sky Larson once?
Really? I thought she never spoke to the media or anything.
Suspect reported in your area, potentially armed and hostile. Control, we're pursuing the suspect.
Can anyone see the suspect? Calling off the pursuit. Over and out.
Suspects reported in your area, potentially armed and hostile.
Received, we are in pursuit.
Where did they go? Shit!
Any sign of the target? Anyone?
Control, we're heading back. Over.
during the scan. If I don't, you try to...
Those who do not cooperate will be detained.
For investigation. Limited.
Coming up in today's episode of
Disobedience will be met with force. Criminal offense.
It's you! Like the real you!
Disobedience will be met with force. Is permitted.
I don't need your giant
the fence.
This is a friendly reminder that you are advised to remain at home. This is for your safety.
Bloody wide!
What's the matter with you?
Bugger off!
For investigation.
Someone's having a bad day.
Yeah, no, sounds good.
Reminder.
Right, this is the base.
I knew all of them. An entire pack about being exact. And while they were riding around on the ground, this hacker type just walked right by.
Must have had some bad hacker skills. What? No, that's just wrong.
For your safety, Albion drones are fitted with anti-riot equipment.
Are people... That's the CTOS up there.
Humans must comply with Albion. Albion's authority keeps civilians safe.
Done.
What have you found, Bagley?
Nothing to fix, actually. She's been patching holes in their security, not opening them. Seems she's not so much a cyber criminal as she is renegade tech support.
Go on.
She's been particularly focused on exploits around the organ transfer list. Anyone who got their hands on these exploits will have a lot of control over that waiting list.
That sounds like a job for DedSec. Bagley, could you arrange a meeting, please?
Right.
Hold on. Yeah, no, I did. No, I did do that. Yeah, I left her at home. No, she's in the kitchen on the right. Yes, I did. It's in the kitchen on the... Well, if you let me finish... Right.
Huh?
Yes, it's in the kitchen on the right-hand side.
That's
when you walk in.
You're not listening to me.
So we saw such an uptick in the kind of attacks that you saw in the street and people suffering on their own because they didn't have the mental health drugs, because those drugs simply couldn't be stockpiled. We eventually found the same thing with foods that weren't produced in the UK. And the trouble with the UK was we don't produce our own food. We never have. For hundreds of years, we produced under half of our own food. So as soon as those walls went up, we started having significant material problems in the country. And Britain always told itself it had this national myth, right, that it would, because it got through the war, that it could go through any kind of hardship. I mean, that wasn't really the case. War were far more frightened than some of this historical stuff makes out. Now, what did we see? People don't want to go through that stuff. They were desperate for the things that they had before, and they were scared. So they went to the black market. The same thing that always happens. And where did the growth of Clan Kelly come from? It came from people wanting the things that they could previously get legitimately and could now only get through the black market, funneling funds towards criminality. And from there, we got to the situation we have now of this busy war between criminals and security that seems to dominate what's going on out there on the streets.
Nothing shakes people's faith in capitalism quite as much as when capitalism fails to deliver. Here's underground writer and analyst Alfie on the politics of poverty.
I think what we've come to now is a realisation that capitalism has essentially failed. I mean, the one key promise of capitalism is that the traffic wasn't bad enough. That there will be surplus, that we will have plenty, and that's the whole logic for running society in this way, that people will have enough. And now, with these kind of huge shortages of everything, you're seeing that system collapse. It hasn't delivered on its primary promise. And I think we've really reached a situation where we have to do away with capitalism entirely. We're seeing a situation where there's shortages for the many, but for a few individuals, there's an elite who are not struggling and short of anything. So this is kind of fundamental inequality of a capitalist system, which is no longer producing the goods for most of us. Shortages are being used as well. I'm not saying that there isn't a real shortage. There possibly is real shortages, but shortages are being used as an excuse for those in power, those elites, to keep what they want and not give to the rest of us what we need. So the excuse that there's simply not enough to go around is the justification for maintaining a kind of power of the 1% and leaving the rest of us short.
So if you're starving hungry tonight, if your parents can't get their medicine and your brothers and sisters have to steal to eat, remember, it's all for the good of Albion, or Clan Kelly, or someone, just not us. But that's bonusing. You've been listening to Buccaneered with me, Tash. Keep spreading the word and keep sharing the podcast. There's enough of everything out there for all of us. We just need the guts to take it back.
Coming up today on The Upload, we're talking about Sky Larson, the enigmatic founder of Broker Tech. Everyone knows her name, but no one knows too much about her. and we only really see her these days as a hologram. She was pretty young when she launched Broker Tech, the company that is best known for introducing Bagley to the world. Nowadays, it's hard to remember a world before Bagley.
Bagley is the most advanced, significant AI of our time, and it's really blown all the other AIs that were created out of the water. And I think that what Sky Larson's done with Bagley is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really imagine the optic without it. But what do you know about Sky Larson herself?
Not a lot, other than that she's actually pretty incredible. I've followed her work for a long time, and she's always been a pretty private person. I know that she supposedly grew up in the countryside, but there isn't actually that much more we know about her other than this tech that she's put out into the world.
I've always found it a bit creepy that she's so obsessed with this idea of transhumanism.
Why wouldn't you be? When you've got a mind as amazing as Sky's, why wouldn't you want to take what you've got and actually augment it by working with technology, by improving your physical self, changing your body and the world around you, implementing more technology to extend your life and really sort of extend human capabilities?
You sound pretty much in love with Sky Larson, I have to say.
I can't comment on that, but I am a big fan of her work. She's been one of these people that has transformed the world around us, and just watching how her mind works from afar is pretty incredible. Because some of what the technology she has introduced has changed how we all live our lives.
Auto drive now
Bagley has
enabled.
been this really incredible assistance to humanity as a whole. Did I ever tell you that I actually interviewed Sky Larson once?
Really? I thought she never spoke to the media or anything.
So this was a long time ago, back in the day when she was a little bit more accessible, and she was one of these people that just had an amazing presence. You were inspired by her very being, and she was just incredibly talented and knowledgeable, and one of possibly the best living people that I've ever met.
I'm not sure you're being too objective there. I mean, I imagine she's not very likable as a person.
She obviously despises humanity in some ways. I think she believes that becoming data is preferable to being human. She's one of these people who's extremely methodical in everything that she does, and she does everything to perfection and really tries to change the world around her and make it a better place for us to live in.
If you say so.
The Bug. Objective voice of objection for a most objectionable world. Hello, Bugsters. Welcome to The Bug, the comedy show that holds up the Medusa of satire to the already immovably concrete face of modern Britain. I'm Andy, I bench 480, and I can crack a tree in half just by looking at it. Can I? Well, what is reality anymore, anyway? Alice, what do you bench?
I bench body weights.
Right.
Well, not my body weight. The
Okay.
body weight of a baby.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to give that kind of detail. Just
It's very
body weight.
impressive. People look
Yeah.
at me and go, where did you get that baby?
Yeah. You are listening to The Bug.
In this week's Truth News, according to an official poll, 98% of Londoners are very happy with CTOS. And I am not sure that I agree with this, Andy. I don't think 98% of Londoners have ever in the history of London ever agreed on anything. You could not get 98% of Londoners to agree that oxygen was better than breathing a fog of raw liquid feces. And they expect us to believe that everyone agrees CTOS is better than not choking on shit mist.
I mean, maybe they just meant 98% of one specific Londoner who bought shares in Bloom before its tentacles grew into every crevice of the country. I mean, this is not just any old poll, we should say that. This is not any poll. This is an official poll, right from the very heart of government. It's not a knock-off fake poll of an elderly couple and their mangy old dog sitting on a bench waiting to die. This is an official poll. So let's just put those words, official poll, through an online translator in case you didn't study languages. Let's find out what it actually means. Made up lie. There we go. Glad to clear that up. I think it's fair to say, entirely trust these official polls. They feed us Alice. I mean, they could publish an official poll saying that over 99.9% of children like ice cream, and I would instantly assume that all children now hate all ice cream and would prefer to eat a bucket of gravel mixed with dead badger. They could publish an official poll saying that 10 out of 10 cats prefer cat food to being whacked with a tennis racket, and I would assume that all cats have gone vegan and were queuing up outside Wimbledon meowing, choose me, choose me.
I trust these polls as much as I trust someone recommending a movie that they watched during a breakup. Your judgment is impaired, Sally. I'll make my own decisions.
I trust those polls as much as I would trust Mary Kelly if she came up to me and said, "Congratulations, Andy, you've just won a free holiday to the south of France in the back of this windowless van."
I think official polls are like the unsolicited dick pics that the government provides us. I didn't ask for it, I don't believe it, it's on an angle, you've artificially inflated it ahead of time, and anyone that falls for one deserves all the disappointment of trying to match it to reality. These polls are absolute rubbish, Andy. I read one the other day that said the plumbing in London was good, and it absolutely is not. I mean, we have this technology now where they...
Auto drive.
DedSec? This is awesome! Big fan of your work, seriously.
Saw the job you did on the NHS. Not bad.
Cheers. But it wasn't enough to stop the Kellys. They got their ugly hands on hundreds of organs before I could seal that exploit.
That's not good.
I just wish someone out there could take back what they stole, you know?
All right. We'll look into it.
Cool. Cheers. Help me with this and I'll owe you big time.
Our grey hat has already worked out the smuggling ring's headquarters. I'm passing the details to your optic.
Let's see what I can find.
You're in Clan Kelly land now. You're gonna get knocked.
Just have a wank. It'll release some of that tension.
You're activated. Don't get killed.
All right. You've handled worse than this.
Oh, what a day.
I wonder if that young man will teach me more about this grime rapping.
Fuck off, you knob! I hope you get hit by a car, and I hope that car gets hit by a bus!
What do you want?
Ha, no, absolutely. Don't even give it a second thought.
Yo, G, what you saying?
Yeah, I'm listening. Go on.
Right then, okay. Right, come on. Oh, what a day, man. What a day.
Oh.
Hey, yo.
Well then. Yeah, but it's what? Yeah, but you're not listening.
Yo, do you need something?
Protest report. Pitiful.
Against humans is permitted.
Yo, G, what you saying? Right then, okay. Right, come on.
Mandatory.
Oh, what a day,
Disobedience
man.
will be met with force.
Hey, yo.
He's white. I'd rather stay at home.
Once again, we remind all civilians to remain indoors during high-risk hours. Limit outdoor movement unless absolutely necessary.
Couldn't compete with Bagley. Their answers were so much worse. They didn't understand anything, and Bagley pretty much gets everything right first time. Do you have any idea why Bagley really beat all the competition?
Well, it's really the
Auto
data,
drive now
isn't it?
enabled.
Ever since Broker hooked up with Bloom, that's when things changed.
And really, that's not actually that great. Bloom has data on everybody. They collect information about everything you're doing across the web through your optic headset. Isn't the AI only good because of Bloom surveillance?
Well, I suppose so, but I prefer not to talk about that side of things. Bagley is so special because it's been trained on this huge cache of information. That's how these AI systems work, or at least used to work. I mean, we don't really know that much about the latest version because there's so much secrecy around the tech. But they're given this huge amount of training data. It's basically a huge database that's used to teach the AI about patterns in behavior. You know, so if you always travel the same way to your house, it can predict when you're going to go and get a self-driving car ready for you before you even ask for it.
That's pretty terrifying. In some ways, I don't want this data to drive my life. It understands too much at times. Have you heard some of the rumours around the hacked version of Bagley?
I've heard mutterings, yes.
I've heard it's been used by DedSec.
I wouldn't put it past them. It's pretty well known that they're not fans of Bloom. But the idea of a souped-up version of Bagley, given it's already so intelligent, is a bit terrifying.
I wonder what they could actually make it do.
We shall eat up the beefsteaks. We shall pay up with our British pounds. We shall eat cows from the fields and anything that bleats. We shall drink up in pints. We shall never surrender.
Do you think you can conquer our Churchill mixed grill? Steak, gammon, sausages, kidneys and chops, weighed in pounds and paid for in pounds. Yieldy Grill, come and conquer the Churchill.
You're listening to The Bug.
May cause nausea, vomiting and headaches. Hello Britain, this is The Bug, the show that holds up a mirror to the world and smashes itself on the head with it in despair. I'm Andy, joining me, as always, Alice, and...
I deny everything.
Auto drive now disabled.
Good state of existence. Some good news.
I'm here.
Good. The stolen organs should be in an ambulance on site. That's the vehicle you're looking for there.
Some fuckers hacked us. Lockdown.
Start searching.
Nothing much here.
Ah, stop it! Oh!
Gotta be thorough, yeah? I'll have a look. I think to see. What's next? Fuck, it could be anywhere. Yo, cover me, I'm on the hunt.
They can't have got far.
Moving on.
Keep looking.
Spread out. Nothing here. Move
Search
on.
everywhere. You're gonna get what's fucking coming to you.
Ah!
Are you sure? Spider's coming for you! Oh, fuck, that hurts!
They're hit!
Get over here and help! Over here! All units. Possible suspect or suspects reported near your location.
Received. We'll engage if necessary.
Reloading!
Fucking big mistake.
Received. We are trailing the target.
You're just making this worse for yourself. I'm taking some heat.
In pursuit. I repeat, we are in pursuit.
You're making this worse on yourself.
Was that a gunshot?
It still needs to be recognisably
Vehicle in
vehicle-shaped when you're
critical
done with it. Stop
Danger.
smashing into things.
I have the vehicle. Now what?
Danger.
You should take them to a
Vehicle in
hospital,
critical
obviously.
condition.
Unless, of course, you want to
Please
become
exit
very good friends with a
immediately.
hungry dog.
No sign of the target. Over. Negative. No sign of the target yet.
They're raining fire on me! Secure that
That's pretty much the opposite of what our prospect would have wanted. Oh well.
Control. We are still on the suspect. Over.
Yeah.
Don't need this.
Control, we have a visual on the suspect. Control, I can't see the suspect. Please advise.
That, computer.
Control, add suspect to the most wanted list. Over.
But, right. But, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you ready for a new operation?
Could use some action. Let's go find the poor sod. Where do we start?
Well, we could knock on every door in the city and see if they...
$1.5 billion passengers a year.
Across 450 kilometres of network.
25,000 cameras work with 3,500 new security barriers.
To protecting our 200 kilometres of tunnels.
But we're more than just stats.
We're reliable.
We're dependable.
We're safe.
London Underground. Getting people where they need to go since 1863. Safely.
This is London Calling. You're here with me, Tash, from Buccaneer. Your source for what they don't want you to know. In today's world, we've all had to get used to every move being tracked by the optics on our temples, by the cameras around us, and with every click we make in life. Seems like everything we do is the big data beast. Why are data giants like Bloom so hungry to get hold of our private information and our metadata? What are they using it for? Will we ever have real private lives again? What is privacy in the digital world? And what happens when capitalism and surveillance become one? As you know, we keep all known confidential. Speaking from a secure location, here's new technology strategist Charles, who works all over the world trying to keep democracy strong in the face of the data assault.
If you have enough personal data on somebody, you're able to predict what it is that they're going to do. You can tell what they might be passionate about, but mostly you can tell what they fear. And if you can tell what someone fears, then you can manipulate them and you can move them in particular directions. Data is collected on citizens in every possible way. Data is collected through surveillance cameras. Data is collected from television sets. They don't even necessarily need to be super smart television sets. Data is collected from voter records. It's collected from how much power do you use in your house and how much water do you use in your house. In pre-crisis Britain, we got really used to all of our services being free. Everything suddenly became free that was digital. But what people forgot is that if you're not paying for it, then you're the product being sold.
If technology brings out the worst in capitalism, capitalism brings out the worst in technology. Senior academic Alfie tells us how big business repurposes big space.
Historically, what's happened, of course, is that people have traded their privacy for their convenience as smartphones and other kinds of technology came in and became mass consumed, mass used items and technological objects. Gradually, people were so attracted
the affordances of these technologies that privacy kind of retreated into the background and into a state we've got now where it's essentially gone. Having this access to this data makes huge... Tech companies like Bloom
Auto drive now enabled
than they would be otherwise, and not just in the obvious ways. Of course,
auto drive now disabled.
Worry and fear over what they can do with the data, can track anyone, find anyone, see what every individual is doing at any point in time. But I think there's even deeper reasons why this data empowers these huge companies to control our society and make us do things. So lots of predictive technologies which are implemented by these tech giants. It's not only interested in knowing what we're going to do, but influencing the patterns of our movement. So technologies might suggest routes to use in the city, places to go, restaurants to go to, cafes to go to, music to listen to. And these suggestions are not just predicting what we might like to do, they're actually influencing the way citizens move, think, eat, meet and use their city as a space. So London has become a place where a small group of surveillance capitalist companies like Bloom can control the movements of individuals and orchestrate the way they move around their city and the way they essentially live, the things they do, the things they enjoy and the life they lead. So we're really kind of outsourcing our decision making, I would say, to a huge corporate capitalist company, and there's something very, very scary about that indeed. All these technologies can be used to not only influence us to act as the perfect consumer, but also to prevent us from doing radical and revolutionary things. So technologies in foreign nations that have been used are things like heat map features which show where populations are gathering. In-game rewards can be offered to people to take different routes, things like that. Traffic data can be manipulated to prevent people gathering and protesting, as has happened in some of the authoritarian regimes across the world recently. So what we're looking at is not only a set of technologies which make people behave as ideal consumers, but ones which actually can be put to use to prevent radical and disruptive behaviour in the city, which limits the power of any kind of revolutionary force.
So, if you thought you had a private life, get used to it. You don't. And we're not going to reclaim our lives without a fight.
Auto drive now disabled.
You've been listening to Buccaneer, keeping the resistance in...
Our missing person disappeared from here. It was probably captured on CCTV, like every other bloody thing in this city.
Fine. I'll get you the data.
Bug. I'm Andy, and joining me to analyse the latest localised to emergency talk for once in Britain, it's Alice.
Hello, Andy.
And today, we're going to talk to you about Albion, your friends of mine. Alice, the government has extended Albion's contract, and have also got a violent crime. The plummeted to a record low. Now, getting Albion, to me, that's having a technology but it's actually every single day, and thinking to yourself, wouldn't it be nice if Nigel had something?
That contract has been extended so many times, it's like the neck of a politician.
Safety is Albion's priority. I'm not sure. It's funny how those contracts. Oh, what? But like a footballer, the old days, I think Albion Damon was leaking stories to the press about how our
I'm confused.
The government panics and thinks, well, we better get that signed up before it's too late. But still,
ooh, what do we have here?
Well, I imagine it probably depends exactly how you count it. You include violent crime committed by the state, either themselves or by Albion, their chosen violent crime contractors, who provide very valuable well, it's probably not quite as low as the figures.
I don't know. I think they're probably right. Who has the opportunity to commit violent crime these days anyway? The moment you pick up a fruit knife, you get taken by a robot in Bulgaria. It's a much more peaceful society. Just much less of a society.
I want to know the details of the contract. Are they paid per dissident duffed up? Is it a set rate for each extrajudicial steak nugget? What is that rate? What do you think?
Well, they certainly look like they're trying to hit a quota of some kind.
Well, what is the set rate? Is it 99.95 crypto stars? Very green. I imagine that's not too much. It's so nice to get paid for doing your hobby anyway, isn't it?
You need to show me pictures.
Coming up today on Ride More anyway. You know, you can just start thinking out of your gun.
Your security of London.
No.
I mean, you're
no, listen. Just calm down. There's no point. No.
Hello.
Right.
What the?
Sorry, you've missed him on
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Is there anyone else I can talk to?
Really? What?
Great. I'll chat with them then.
Oh, and you remember when you could get away with prank calls without people coming around to your house to beat the shit out of you? You're listening to the bar.
Do you think Trump will ever come back?
I don't think we've ever had a Prime Minister.
Well, that's a much more reassuring way of looking at it. What have we seen? We're supposed to have the mother of Parliament. Well, this is one mother that has emphatically abandoned her kids in the woods to be brought up by wolves. And let me tell you, that never works out in the story. Wolves are bad parents. Unless you're a wolf, or you're a job doing what as a wolf. Do not give your children to wolves. I think it comes down to anything we haven't logged off the profit. I think we've basically just become a homeopathic system. Diluted so there's barely a trace of the original brick left. But some quackish lunatics think that it actually works better that way. And it's total bullshit. Is there anything there? New on the boat this week, a new feature.
In facial recognition in progress.
Now what's this? To get things going, I'm going to nominate Big Nigel.
Awaiting area
I'm just not sure that kind of freedom should involve Big Nigel expressing his freedom to run a private army. I guess historically there is a precedent, the East India Company. That was a trading house with an army of 250,000 soldiers, which is a lot for a company. The Bug PLC had Alex with a war ticket. But truthfully, compared with Albion, the East India Company didn't operate its quarter-of-a-million-strong army in London. It did it a long way away, out of sight,
Log for me goes to my streaming service. I'm sick of being recommended things. The other day it recommended me to watch a reality
celebrity.
competitive dating show set in a nude commune. Andy, I watched it and I liked it. And I do not want to be the kind of person who enjoys nude competitive reality television dating shows. I did not want to know that about myself. I have to go sit in the corner and cry.
That's it from the Bug. Don't forget the live show that is so secretive is definitely not happening at the usual time and place next month. Definitely not. Definitely do not.
Albion is always watching. For your security and the security of London. Wait, what?
Hello and welcome to today's episode of The Upload. We're talking about the optic and how it's changed our lives.
Now, as you remember, Bloom announced a new version of the optic at the recent Home Conference, but we haven't heard too much about that since due to dramatic events there. Let's cast our minds back and consider this technology. I mean, the optics changed everything. It lets you see things in your eye. You no longer need a smartphone. You just have small implants that send signals to your optic nerve and let you see emails, take calls, browse the internet directly at the screen in front of your eyes. Instead of having to carry around a phone, you've just got this small handheld unit. So much lighter and so much more convenient. It's great.
Don't even give it a
Vicky, you sound like you absolutely love the optic. Do you actually think that it's made our lives any better?
I mean, sure, it's definitely made things a lot easier. It's so simple to call someone now. All you have to do is choose who you want to chat to, and they're there. And browsing the web is so much easier. I remember when you used to have to sit down at the computer.
I mean, you're positive? Scanning the area for suspicious behavior.
And my favourite feature is public transport.
Really?
With the optic,
What?
you can just walk straight onto the tube. It even acts as a passport. No longer do I have to dig around and find my old paper passport to travel somewhere. Also, I thought the optic marketing strategy, making it free for people, was a stroke of genius.
Genius. Bloom was really calculated when it was doing that. It was pushing this draconian device on us all. Sure, everybody flocked to it. There was free Wi-Fi and phone plans. That definitely helped, but it wasn't a case of this is a product that you need for life.
Why do you hate it so much?
It's just the worst because you have to give up your privacy expectations and accept surveillance. It was almost like the government of Bloom didn't even need to make the optic mandatory. Making it mandatory was only to get the last holdouts across the line. If free data being issued, fines and arrests from the state for not having the optic would pretty much be enough.
I mean, what do you mean by privacy problems? No one really talks about that anymore.
They don't talk about it because we don't have any choice when it comes to the optic. Yes, it's convenient and mandatory, but everybody's forgotten what it really means. Here, you've got a whole company only taking all the data out of your life. You can see everything that you can see. Nothing.
Ooh, what do we have here?
There are so many times when I don't want anyone to have a clue about where I am, who I'm chatting with, what I'm doing. It's not even dodgy stuff, but I just don't want anybody to blackmail me with it in the future by hacking it. And because of Bloom's contract with the government, it isn't just me that can see everything I do, it's the government. The UK as a state has become a complete surveillance paradise.
I think you're painting a bit of a bleak picture. It's not all that bad.
No, you're completely wrong on this. I don't want everybody trusting me where I'm going.
Well, in that case, you might be interested in waiting. You see here that the ZZ trackers have found a way to bypass the optic connection with Bloom.
Are they actually making it better or usable or actually friendly for anybody?
Well, word on the street is that they've been able to create an encrypted signal, which means that your world might have a chance of becoming a bit more private again. So you can go back and enjoy all the great things about optics without that fear of surveillance.
With the optic privacy check.
Keeps London streets safe.
Wait,
Updating facial recognition software.
Your pirates have trusted for what they did.
huh?
And this time we can special shout out and ask for the broken down as a signal and intelligence system. Better why not? They're going to be listening.
Oh, really?
They're listening. But don't worry. We're not going to say anything bad about the massive unaccounted fires in the city. We used to have cyber access and shut down. Instead, we're going to look at how Durgan can stay home. And as usual, we'll keep everyone safe in location. The third of us can look for dead. Ian was a veteran political writer and broadcaster.
Nothing in your life matters. On an individual basis, you are now part of the whole, part of the nation. The only meaning you will find is to become part of the nation. What is a nation? A nation doesn't mean anything, right? A nation is basically being captured by the nation.
Security of London.
Sort of access to the soul of the country, the soul of it.
I
mean, you're positive?
Updating facial recognition software.
What the?
The way you go to hang out with your friends. I mean, what we're seeing now is a contemporary iteration.
Now, what's this?
Corporations and the state operating and basically molded into one. That isn't that rare. Exactly the same thing in Nazi Germany. Look at the concentration camps that operated in Nazi Germany. There were private companies in those fascism often works corporations. It's doing the same now. That's the way in which they track what you do. That's the way in which they track what you do.
Charles is an expert in the dark arts of development who worked with electronic computers and coded it through the data. How did it go through his?
You know, we're looking at all the wrong things when we look at written facial recognition. A lot of concentration on data, how that's been used and manipulated, and what we haven't looked at is the power structures and the process that lies behind them. For example, if we examine what actually happens, you know, there's a company that's really very interested in selling passports and making it easy to provide visas for investment and so on. And historically, throughout the world, they've been working with this big data manipulation company in order to overthrow government.
Yes, I did. It's in the kitchen on the...
all the chickens.
Will you let me finish? Right. Yes, it's in the kitchen on the right-hand side when you walk in.
Figure out how things were done, but everybody had a feeling that something was really stunk, and they couldn't figure it out. And yet, it was standing there in their face the whole time. There's a couple of different ways that we got where it is that we are. One, a lot of smaller organizations, smaller power group companies as well. We're bending things just a little, compromise a little bit, bend the rules a little bit, and try to achieve what it is that we hope to achieve that's good for us. And if you add all of that up, what you end up with is
Your number plate must be visible and clean and
away from a lot of those buttons being pushed. But also there's this other thing that's going on here. It's the gathering of data and the analysis of data has authoritarianism contained within it.
Scanning the area for suspicious behavior.
And it has been used.
How did they make it?
Huh?
They published it.
We're starting to see the merger of private data and that of data held by the state into what are called social services, where your behaviour is monitored by a central system, which before you as a person with a credit card that's predicated on all of your behaviour rather than just the money you're spending. And
No way!
Punish you and based on your behaviour. Now this can be as trivial as if you jaywalk, if you cross the road in the wrong way, you might lose points. If you do the same activity over your neighbours, you might earn points. And then this can be used to evaluate you as a person. And this could mean, for example, that travel privileges, being able to travel first class or being denied from travelling first class. With all the data that are now held.
So if there is a brain, think someone might be watching it. You're probably thinking, they're watching you. I'm fast for you to listen.
Wait, what?
Keep listening, keep sharing the show. They're watching it.
Awaiting area crime report.
Now, what's this?
You're listening to about...
Nibbling away in the rotten darkness of a once-free Britain. Hello, resistors. This is the buzz, and on today's show, Alice and I will be looking at the big question, such as, are we less than 2 years away from the back into a live pig? Did we actually need polar bears anyway? What do they really do? If I put optics on my dog, can I train it to take itself for a walk, do my shopping on the way home, and is tennis real? But first... London can be safer than ever, Alice. SIRS is installing thousands of additional CCTV cameras. So nice there. Still a bit.
Yeah, it puts a lot of fun into my life now. I
guess we shouldn't complain. I mean, so... Similarity, omnipresent, omniscient, judgmental, stripping away your finances and freedom, dishing out random punishments, peas in a pod.
What the?
Family meeting. What's it going to be this time? Not bacon again, please.
Awaiting area crime report.
Wait, what? Oh, what?
It's important knowing that I'm being watched with everything I do.
Ooh, what do we have here?
This is the bug on the Buccaneer. Riots like my favourite sport. Alex, ever since they turned me over to a cricket ground into the immigration processing centre.
And yeah, rioting is it's a great sport. I mean, it's fun for all the family. It's guaranteed action. It's pleasingly violent. I mean, I know the underdogs never win, but I mean that's like top-level football have become. But it's still fun to root for them, isn't it? Go team, people of Britain. Oh, never mind, you've been crushed by the machinery of the state again. Still, good effort, lots of positives to take away from today's riot. I'll come back stronger next time. Our luck's going to turn, I can feel it. It's our season. It's our season.
You can't spell riot without right, and by right I mean right wing.
So, who do we turn to for help, support and assistance?
You are
in
having a
desperate
fucking
times like
laugh.
these? Well, our artificially intelligent friend Bagley's Rose is getting trouble.
That's got to be illegal.
Hey, what the you! Fuck? What are you going to do with that?
That's the CTOS up there.
You have the CCTV footage yet?
Well, they were taken all right. Got in a shouting match with Albion and then took a couple of boots to the solar plexus.
Bollocks.
Yes, that's the bad news. The good news is I determined where they're being held. Sending you the coordinates.
Managed, but that's way better.
You're listening to The Bug.
Nibbling away on the rotting carcass of a once free Britain. Hello, resistors. This is The Bug, keeping the fire of hope alive in the vacuum of today's Britain. Okay, fires don't burn in vacuums. It's a little novelty Christmas light. Shaped like a flame.
Gatherings of more than 5 humans is a crime.
you all forgotten how to do your jobs?
Bloody
freezers!
Not freezers!
Time to end the fascist occupation of London! Now! People, not profit! People, not profit!
Oh, okay. Right,
Gee, look at all these drones flying around. They're like everywhere. Can't make it a bloody block in the city without seeing a flock of drones buzzing around.
You know they give you cancer, right?
You know, the signals?
Right.
I know, they say they're safe. Come on, you believe that?
Make sure there's room at the processing centre, over.
I was naughty last
Has the patrol vehicle been
I went
notified?
on a bit of a shopping
Over.
spree.
During the scan.
I'm being as still as I can.
Scanning. You're clear. Move on.
Great, thanks.
They are. I'm sorry, I just can't hold it back any longer, you know?
I hope you're not doing anything important. You've been activated.
When am I not? People to see, places to go, my boy. Always.
Diplomacy is when nothing happens. So good diplomacy is indistinguishable from him doing absolutely nothing.
You are listening to The Bar. 4,000 new dream jobs for everyone. All I can say, Alice, is that I'm very glad that my children studied drama at school, because that has set them up for life in modern Britain. That is the one core skill they need, the ability to pretend that they are living happy and fulfilled lives, that they have jobs that are worth doing, and that they're making the planet a better place, and that they control their own destinies, and that they have even a parody of a private life, and that they can smile without crying. That's what drama teaches them to do. Crucial skills in this day and age. Of course, it's not just the jobs that have been technologicalised beyond all recognition. It is also all reality. Thanks once again to Optic. According to Bloom, the Optic system is now the most secure it's ever been. And, well, of course, I mean, it's so convenient, Optic, isn't it? It saves us so much time and hassle trying to exist in a kind of realm of reality. I don't even need to bother with that. I mean, sure, the government has hacked into my soul and now basically monitors my every waking moment and thought. But at least I don't have to type, where's my nearest coffee shop, into a search engine. At least I don't have to waste anything between 8 and 12 seconds every day going online to look up how to make a bowl of muesli. And at least I'm not frittering away my precious mental energies thinking, what do I actually think?
Optic is so secure, and it's more secure than a teenage girl reading a women's magazine. It's more secure than a comedian with a drinking problem. It's more secure than a young man who's just got his first motorcycle license.
Finally, before we go today, bug off to the Prime Minister, who has once again FRO'd to who knows where this week. He sure as hell is not here in London. I remember back...
I'm here now.
The abductee you're looking for should be somewhere nearby.
We have a shooter! Get back here!
Everyone! Shots fired!
Fucking war zone!
I'd rather not have to kill you today.
There he is. Get him out.
help me.
Get him out of here.
Sierra 4-2, Sierra 4-2, this is Control. An alarm has been activated near you. Survey the area. Over.
Hey, we got your friend out to all be unlocked from them soon.
Fuck me. I really owe you one for doing this.
Dead Set Crew is always looking to grow. You want to roll with us?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Holy fuck.
Tell me about that gal Bags.
She's certainly popular. Not only does she have an active arrest warrant, but the Kellys have a bounty on her head. Actually, that's the opposite of popular, isn't it?
Now that's special. How does one attract so much malice?
These days, overcrowded, some might say. Joining me, as always, my next-door neighbour in these Netherlands of nonsense. It's Alice.
Yes, indeed. It is Alice. Alice, who the bleep is Alice? I am not going to tell you that, but you can just sort of sense it from the timbre of my voice.
Let's spin the wheel and find out where we're getting today's news from. Here, it's coming.
Auto drive now enabled.
New wheel with at least one other place on it. And the headline today, Alice: our borders are safe. We can all sleep easy in our well-bordered beds. 4,000 illegals were deported last month. These illegal people breaking the law just by existing. And of course, illegality is contagious. It can osmose through your skin just by standing next to an illegal person. So we've got rid of 4,000 of them. My question for you, Alice, is why only 4,000? Is that really enough? I will not feel safe until at least another 75 million people have been deported from this country, and I'm here
Nice
in
to take it slow sometimes.
As a bleeding heart lefty, Andy, I would normally be outraged about this, but really I think mass deportation is a very handy way to break up with a partner. I'm sorry, baby, I love you, but an anonymous source has reported you for snoring really loudly in a French way.
So everyone out, no exceptions. Alice, not even you. It's for the good of the country. Everyone out, unless you can prove that your family are in the background on the Bayeux Tapestry cheering on King Harold at the Battle of Hastings in 1066. Get out. Actually, that's not British enough. Unless you can show, unarguably, that your direct bloodline is untainted by anything since before the Romans. Actually, scratch that. Unless your direct ancestor was personally responsible for building Stonehenge, get out of my country. I guess when you look at it, you know, the best ways to stop immigration, apart from, obviously, the end of the world, to make the place you want to stop people coming to as unpleasant as possible. So,
well, we absolutely are doing that, Andy.
Well, you know, fair play to the government for helping us with that. Another option, extend the White Cliffs of Dover. They've been resting on their laurels for too long. Very inefficient, it turns out, as a means of stopping immigration. We need to extend them by about another 11,000 miles, a full wrap around Great Britain, and they could do with being about 1.5 kilometres higher as well, with a special greasy coating to stop people clambering over the top or however they get in. Here's a quick joke for you, Alice, about immigration. Did you hear the one about the woman who went into the immigration processing centre and was ever seen again?
No, Andy, I didn't hear that one.
Boom. Set up, punchline. For those of you unfamiliar with it, the immigration processing centre is, of course, where so many of our guests to Britain go for a longer than desirable game of involuntary hide and seek. You are listening to The Bun. I will conclude by saying, out of all the things wrong with Britain today, I think immigration is right up there, Alice. When you think of all the health professionals we've stolen from overseas over the years here in Britain, it's quite possible that all these people are just coming here to try to get an appointment with their local doctor.
Yes, Andy, certainly as someone who came from the expanded arm of the empire when Britain was still reaching out rather than folding in on itself, most of us just come here to visit our stuff in the museums.
It's the British way.
Speaking of international movement, Britain has recalled all European ambassadors after a spy scandal. I think this is probably a good thing, because British foreign politicians are always putting their foot in their mouths. How much worse can they do if they're not there? I mean, by definition, the fact that there's a spy scandal means that they were terrible spies. The point of spies is that there's never a spy scandal.
Yeah, but let's give credit to all the spies that haven't been in scandals and therefore might as well not exist.
Well, they've arrested those German spies in that SIRS crackdown on the illegals in Hackney. I think I used to think of Germans as quite scary, but that was because I'd been watching World War II movies where the Germans all have English accents. They speak in that very, precise way. It's very, we have ways of making you talk. And now Germans all have that American accent where it's all like, welcome to the party. We're having a really nice time. They're much friendlier Germans. Let them stay.
Well, that's all today, Bugsters. Remember, it's not as bad as it seems. Honestly. I hope. Until next time, bye-bye.
When a startup advertised passive income to anyone willing to enlist their autonomous vehicle in their networked taxi service, many people jumped at the opportunity. The hidden catch? Their cars were being used to ferry drug shipments. Join us at GBB for the full story.
I hope no one is...
Ah! To watch where you're going!
Whoa. What?
Hello and welcome back to The Upload. In this episode, we're talking about CTOS 3.0.
Now that's
the city operating system that's now powering...
You're gonna be a superstar!
As if anyone says at this point, CTOS was first used in Chicago in 2014 and then San Francisco in 2017 before coming here to London. And every time it's been rolled out, it's been pretty much an unmitigated disaster.
For those of you who are listening who are lucky enough not to be here in London,
Selfish idiot! Fuck! Morons!
What's happening? Hey, there's no need to get carried away.
All suspicious persons shall be flagged for investigation. Fuck's sake!
Dead sex, yeah. That's curious.
Who wants to duff up an idiot in a...
All units, possible suspect or suspects reported near your location. Got it. Watch for hostiles, people.
Scanning for potential threats. Compliance is mandatory. Disobedience will be met with force.
No! Need a hand. Oh! That bloody noise!
We may need more patrols to attend. Stand by. Immobilizing the suspect.
Target's lost.
No room
Control,
for error
we are
here.
unsighted of suspects.
Don't let the T-Tech get away.
Drone, perform a search.
Any sign of the target? Bloody...
I've got this.
Control, we have an officer down.
From your movements around the city and
We're on their tail. Over. We are inbound. Stand by.
Let's do this shit.
There's our suspect. Over.
Need some help?
Received. Calling back up to my location. Over.
Are you always such an idiot?
Surrender yourself. Aliens combined will result in extreme damage.
Control, we are pursuing the target.
Oh no.
You fuckwit.
Ambulance urgently required at our location. Over.
You see something, say something, or because you might something see something, say something, or you haven't seen anything, but don't say something anyway. So, well, let's look at you,
Fuck that.
Aliens combined will result in forceful intervention.
Pursuing the target. Over.
Rolling your eyes when passing a Nigel Cass propaganda poster? Nigel Cass propaganda poster?
Auto drive now enabled.
Let me report you first, please. Let's have some decorum about this. I'll just take a quick little photo so they can get a drone to pick you out of a crowd at your next riot or trip to the shops or walk in the woods. And you can input your accusations with the app. Well, let's go on.
Driving into the vehicle. Over.
Let's call the phone line. Here's the number, listeners, in case you want to dob someone in, as long as it's not me. 0044 203 807 3832. And don't forget to get the permission of the person who pays your bills before you call that number.
Hey, I'd like to report my co-host
advised,
Andrew
we
who
are
runs
on
an
the
underground
trail.
satirical anti-government comedy show for running and co-hosting an underground satirical anti-government comedy show. Also, he does terrible puns.
Well, excuse me, I have a suspect for you. That is my co-host, Alice. I have some evidence for you. She tutted all
Eyes on suspect. They crossed the checkpoint.
She says she prefers
Preparing
pigeons
to ram
drones.
suspect's vehicle.
Come on, seriously, when did a drone get tracked? And what's more, look, I've no idea if this is true or not, but I have it invaded authorities.
Checkpoint has been
Danger.
breached. Over.
Vehicle in critical condition. Please
Target has escaped. Searching. Target has
Control,
been located.
I've lost sight of the target. Over.
No!
All units, we are after the suspect.
No, please.
Contest report.
There's our suspect.
5 units will be dispatched.
They sound
This
dodgy.
would be
If I
pure
had a crypto
fun.
for every time someone reported my fallopian tubes, I'd have 3. Sure, I think converts to about 120,000 Great British pounds.
Control, we are pursuing the
We'll report
suspect.
back in the next episode about whether or not we've been arrested and interned. I mean, I love this system, Alice. I mean, no more awkward, rumbling resentments with your neighbours, your colleagues, or what the heck, in for a penny, your family. You just dob them in and be done with it. But I guess it could backfire. I mean, the thing is with the family,
Going in
you
for
never
a
do
tactical
tell
ram.
some of their children, they end up squabbling and...
Drones are
today's
on their
Brit,
way
your
to
kids
the
are gonna
suspect.
Dob you in, so you might as well get in there first and preemptively counter-dob them in to the authorities. Number again. Let's call them up again. Hey, I've got someone else. It's my son. Let's call him Norris. He never tidies his bedroom. He gets up late. He listens to illegal, non-government sanctioned music. And he's covertly plotting the downfall of the government and the restoration of a true democracy.
Control,
Thank you.
I've lost the target.
Yeah, just define all your household chores as patriotic. And if they fail to do them, dob them in.
Problem solved.
If you don't do the washing up, do you even want a clean British ethnostat?
This is the bug on
Search
the
has yielded no results. Report
Well,
back to HQ.
Before we go today, Alice, let's delve into what we most miss about the old days. I'm going to kick off with the flag. I never thought I'd miss the old Union Jack, but somehow our new flag managed to be even more irritating than that. I don't know quite what it is, if it's the new colour scheme, or if it's just that it symbolises the loss of everything we once held
No,
dear.
this isn't right.
But that flag irritates the hell out of me.
It was everything you ever held dear Scotland.
Well, that was something I held quite dear.
I miss being able to dodge my friends' destination weddings in Italy. There's nothing worse than being asked to spend the equivalent of a motorbike on some sort of boat-based farce in Sorrento. And I always used to really enjoy saying, oh no, I can't afford it. Now they're all getting married in Brighton and I have to go to that alleged beach. It's made of rocks, Andy. If your sandcastle is an actual castle, that's not a beach.
Tell you what I miss. I miss free will. That was fun. Remember that? I mean, was it an illusion all the time? Who cares? It felt fun. I miss cash. Particularly coins. I really miss coins. The fun of doing a heads or tails best of 5 to see if you had to go to the gym, and then the best of 7, the best of 9, until you won. That was amazing. Now it's crypto. All the romance has gone out of heads and tails.
I miss romance, Andy. I miss there being mystery in life and not just a hope that your new partner isn't good enough at hacking to find out all the information the government has on you.
Bye for now, Bug fans. Keep feeding the kitten of resistance, and one day it will grow into a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Drivers in this city. Oh, I can't handle this.
You're listening to the bug.
Nature is nausea, vomiting, and headache. You're listening to the bug, the resistance comedy show brought to you by the Buccaneer Network. I'm Andy, joining me, as always, Alice.
I'm excited to be here. Apparently, the resistance is not going well.
Again? Well, there has been some news about DedSec, the resistance and or terrorist organisations, at least according to preference, not preference, sorry, at least according to whether or not you work for the government, Lee, or Albion. According to affairs officials, DedSec is no longer a threat, which I guess is true, it was never a threat in the first place. Reminds me of when my great aunt Gladys had her appendix out. I remember that surgeon was a real threat, wagging that knife at me, trying to knock me out. Well, they put a scalpel in an anaesthetic, Gladys. Anyway, if Sir's officials said DedSec is 7 days, I guess we have to assume that DedSec has never been stronger. But I do worry, Alex. I mean, sometimes I think, is there any hope? Do you have hope?
I don't think I'm allowed to have hope. We're living in this self-selected, algorithmically designated information equivalent of a propaganda state. And every resistance that I've ever seen is weaker than the British pound. I feel like hope is an expensive thing to buy these days.
Right. And is it all totally pointless? I mean, it can feel pointless, but then again, I've spent almost all of my life doing pointless things, like watching sport, thinking about sport, thinking about watching sport, learning French and hoping for a better future. All completely pointless. But yeah, I've done them, so we might as well carry on. Is there a light at the end of the tunnel? Yes, I think there is. Unfortunately, what is that light? Is it an oncoming train? Well, no, it couldn't be. Obviously, that train will be late or cancelled. Is the light at the end of the tunnel a burning effigy of the concept of hope? Quite possibly. Is it the soul of Sky Larson imploding into its own vacuum? May well be that. Is it the ego of Nigel Cass that is now so big that it sucks all the light in the universe into itself? I think that is most likely. Is that, but we'll never give up, Bug fans. This resistance will never die. And one day, we will again be free. Free from these technological chains, free to choose our own futures, free to live our own lives, free to waste our time watching people bake cakes and dance badly again. Those are the days. Before we go, time for a quick bug off. I'm going to nominate this week Sky Larson here at the Bug. We are all in favour of strong, powerful women. And in many ways, Sky is the ultimate feminist icon, proving that women can do just as abominably awful things to this planet as men. I mean, overall, Alice, I think we're still ahead as men, but you lot are catching up. Fair play. Fair play to you. You're listening to the Bug.
Go bother someone else.
Wasted time, wasted life.
Welcome back to The Upload. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency. Crypto now seems like it's been around forever, but it's really quite a new invention. Were you an early adopter?
I was one of the first that is in this market. There seemed to be a new way of financial transactions, a new way of money. It's something that we could completely reinvent and change some of the legacy financial systems around the world and really give power back to the people.
Yeah, it was a real shift in the way that the world works. And let's recap the basics. So, central to cryptocurrency is the distributed ledger technology, the tech that keeps track of all transactions. And what this means is you can have a decentralized system without having to trust any one party, like old-fashioned banks.
One of the reasons why I got involved so early was that you could stay anonymous.
Yeah, the features of cryptocurrency very much fit into that early mindset. It was all about finding an alternative to centralized systems. It was kind of a countercultural punk ethos. The whole point of the distributed ledger is you're not trusting any one person to keep a track of who has what money or how they're spending it. It's all out there in the open for anyone to see, and yet you can remain secretive.
But not everybody now wants to keep up this crypto legacy. They don't share this attitude anymore. We've seen institutions, businesses, even governments experimenting with crypto, which doesn't really fit into its original radical counterculture mold.
Yeah, it's kind of weird today to think of people not using cryptocurrency. It's so mainstream now. You know, I'm almost nostalgic for the feel of cash. Good old-fashioned paper and coins. First they changed the paper notes to plastic notes, and now it's just all digital. There's nothing to hold on to.
It was great just to be able to have a little bit of money to carry around with you.
I think the turning point in the UK really came a few years ago when the pound dropped 10% over just one season. People living off grid started using crypto, and just as everyone was losing faith in the pound, they were gaining it in cryptocurrency, which turned out to be much more stable. Kind of the opposite to what people thought in the beginning.
And then, of course, there was the recession. It didn't take long for startups to see an opportunity in this new way of doing finance. A lot of traditional money was converted to crypto, and it really shook up the financial sector.
Can you remember when they first introduced crypto cash points?
That was really sneaky. It was a classic startup behaviour. They just installed them everywhere. No consultation with the government, no approval or anything. But people immediately started to use them.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of how Bloom put out the optics. They just made it free and flooded the streets with these devices. Suddenly, everyone has them.
If there's this great option of tech, people are just going to start using it, no matter the cost.
Parliament actually tried to put a stop to the cash points, but people were using them so much already. There was outrage. I mean, some parts of London were already using crypto as their primary currency by then.
And now, apparently, or at least in theory, crypto is illegal.
Yeah, in May this year, economists found that crypto was being traded more than the pound, and banks were not happy. They basically forced the government to ban cryptocurrency in a last-ditch effort to save the pound.
But it's not like that's worked. People are still using crypto, and it's been pushed further, deeper underground. Things used to work fine with crypto, and it was just a peer-to-peer sharing economy-style system. Now it's all on the dark web and wrapped up again in organised crime.
Yeah, if you want to make something thrive on the black market, just make it illegal.
This is London Calling. You're listening to me, Cash, and Buccaneers. Your source for what they don't want to know. This time we're turning our focus back on the media to look at my former employer, the DBB. As you know, the broadcasting has been through a lot of changes since the Hassani government gave in to pressure from its corporate backers and privatised the corporation. Today, the DBB is a shadow of its former self. It's become a tool used by the government to circulate fake news and misinformation. So how did we get here? Where did it all go wrong? How can we tell when our national media has become state propaganda? Our experts speak on conditions of anonymity for their own safety. Here's disinformation and media expert Sel, who's seen free broadcasters built up by journalists and torn down by Democrats all over the world.
So before the media fragmented, there was this voice of authority that was trusted and worthy of trust. Then what we ended up with is a really commercial model where whether you're talking about an app on a smart device or whether you're talking about a broadcaster, the most important thing is to keep you in that environment for the longest amount of time possible. And because that meant money in their pocket. And in order to do that, a couple of things happened. One, was the use of manipulated techniques around behavioral economics, things that would just keep you scrolling or keep you listening or keep you looking for more information. The second is that kind of environment favors sensationalism. And so you got more sensational headlines and more sensational stories, and it didn't matter whether they were true or not. It just kept people in. It kept them in the loop. So we ended up in a
situation where nobody trusted anything and nobody believed anything at all. And that is the perfect environment for an authoritarian voice to come in and say, no way,
we are the truth. So the ground for this environment really got...
Oh, what the fuck? No! Not acting like myself? Oh, that's...
Hey, that looks real nice.
Now there's a statement. The whole borough of Southwark will see this and know someone is sticking it to Albion. I like the direction you took with this one.
Good boy, Bagley.
Citizens, if you see something,
We've done all we can in Southwark and it's paying off. We've just had a heads up. Says she's been hacking Albion's servers, Ballsy, and she's found information that we might use to cripple Albion's operations. Better see what she knows.
Thanks.
Sodding drone.
You could have killed me!
Auto drive now enabled. Auto drive now disabled. Auto drive now enabled.
Old government promises of adequate food turn out to be just another lie. Today we're short of basic foodstuffs and vital medical supplies. Hundreds have already died of conditions. Easily cured. The black market means that criminal gangs like Clan Kelly run our cities. And Prime Minister Dev Hassani isn't even around to pretend to care. How do we go from a consumer paradise to a place of empty shelves and fighting for supplies? What turns a land of plenty into a wild west of hoarding, food battles and black market barons? We protect everyone who comes on the podcast by keeping their identities a secret. Here's veteran political reporter Ian on the power behind shortages.
Look, I mean, what was the first thing that happened when Britain sealed itself off? Like, the first stuff that got stopped from coming in was fresh food. I mean, we could live without the fresh food. I mean, everyone's quality of life got instantly worse, but we could live without it. The most damaging part was when the radioactive isotopes stopped coming in. Now, radioactive isotopes, that's what we use in cancer screening, cancer treatment. Now, that stuff, it has a short half-life. Technetium used to save hundreds of thousands of lives just by screening for cancer, let alone testing for cancer. But that stuff has a half-life of 66 hours. As soon as those walls went up, there was just no time to bring it into the country, and that is when people started dying. And then the medicines.
Auto
There's a load of medicines that you just can't stockpile. There was a moment before it took place when actually there was an effort to try and stockpile some of the medicines. There was some...
You never know what could happen. This could be a lucky day.
Advise on new detention protocol.
Oh, hi. Are you with... Oh, how do I put this? I recently reached out to some people who... Oh, fuck. This is impossible.
Hey, take it easy. Easy. I'm with dead sick.
Shite. That's a relief. Can't be too careful, right? With them Albion wankers. But you... I don't know if you understand how much people appreciate what you've done in Southwark.
Thanks.
Well, get this. I've done a little bit of hacking myself, right? Real quiet. Don't dig too deep or they might have caught on, but guess what I found? Albion's Global Information Centre is right here in London. Global! You understand? Everything's run out of there. Coordinated, like operations, tactical, whatever. Even finances. The sheer amount of data is... The server banks needed to manage all this shite are huge.
Cool. So we take out their center here and it ripples out to fuck all the international operations. Yes, my youth. Point me where to go.
Christ, I can't believe this is actually happening. Okay, it's all in Nexus Tower. Do this, and it'll really rally the borough DedSec.
This is a huge opportunity to really stick it to Albion. Not just here, but everywhere they operate. Everywhere they're stomping on human rights.
The server floor is accessed by elevator, and seeing how this is pretty much Albion's global war room, expect heavy security.
Reporting to base, incident under control. Please advise on new detention protocol. Base, I've got a code blue here. Please advise. Perimeter secured, over. Waiting for further instructions, over.
Oh my god. Oh, I can't handle this.
Lock it down.
What? Chuck I want to find this asshole. Drone, perform search. Don't look. Me? Go!
Welcome to Nexus Tower.
I suppose I'll keep looking.
No, listen.
Where are you hiding?
Yeah, I know, right? Look, I know.
She's not here. Call off the search.
Investigation underway.
Shit, she give us
They gotta
the
be
slip.
somewhere.
Spread out and find the bastard.
Moving on. No one's
Oh,
here.
fuck, make it stop!
Something's going on here.
Target remains undetected.
Just surrender.
All units, proceed to alarm location. Acknowledge, over.
Getting a better position.
Engaging target.
Suspect hit! Fuck! No!
Hostile target deploying combat.
Your teammate has sought out new accommodations in an Albion holding cell. Have London rents really gotten that bad?
Honestly, I'd rather be dead than in prison. Have you seen those uniforms?
You're being too objective there. I mean, she's not very likable as a person.
She obviously despises humanity in some ways. I think she believes that becoming data is preferable to being human. She's one of these people who's extremely methodical in everything that she does, and she does everything to perfection and really tries to change the world around her and make it a better place for us to live in.
If you say so.
The Bug. Objective voice of objection for a most objectionable word. Hello, Bugsters. Welcome to The Bug, the comedy show that holds up the Medusa of satire to the already immovably concrete face of modern Britain. I'm Andy. I bench 480, and I can crack a tree in half just by looking at it. Can I? Well, what is reality anymore? Anyway. Alice, what do you bench?
I bench body weight.
Right.
Well, not my body weight. The
Okay.
body weight of a baby.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to give that kind of detail. Just
Very
body weight.
impressive. People look at me and go, where did you get that baby?
Yeah. You are listening to The Bug.
In this week's Truth News, according to an official poll, 98% of Londoners are very happy with CTOS, and I am not sure that I agree with this, Andy. I don't think 98% of Londoners have ever, in the history of London, ever agreed on anything. You could not get 98% of Londoners to agree that oxygen was better than breathing a fog of raw liquid feces. And they expect us to believe that everyone agrees CTOS is better than not choking on shit mist.
I mean, maybe they just spent 98% of one specific Londoner who bought shares in Bloom before its tentacles grew into every crevice of the country. I mean, this is not just any old poll, we should say that. This is not any poll. This is an official poll, right from the very heart of government. It's not a knock-off fake poll of an elderly couple and their mangy old dog sitting on a bench waiting to die. This is an official poll. So let's just put those words, official poll, through an online translation in case you didn't study languages. Let's find out what it actually means. Made up lie. There we go. Just to clear that up. I don't think it's fair to say entirely trust these official polls. They feed us, Alex. I mean, they could publish an official poll saying that over 99.9% of children like ice cream, and I would instantly assume that all children now hate all ice cream and would prefer to eat a bucket of gravel mixed with dead badger. They could publish an official poll saying that 10 out of 10 cats prefer cat food to being whacked with a tennis racket, and I would assume that all cats have gone vegan and are queuing up outside Wimbledon meowing, choose me, choose me.
I trust these polls as much as I trust someone recommending. movie that they watched during a breakup. Your judgment is impaired, Sally. I'll make my own decisions.
I trust those polls as much as I would trust Mary Kelly if she came up to me and said, "Congratulations, Andy, you've just won a free holiday to the south of France in the back of this windowless van."
I think official polls are like the unsolicited dick pics that the government provides us. I didn't ask for it, I don't believe it, it's on an angle, you've artificially inflated it ahead of time, and anyone that falls for one deserves all the disappointment of trying to match it to reality. These polls are absolute rubbish, Andy. I read one the other day that said the plumbing in London was good, and it absolutely is not. I mean, we have this technology now where they can spy on my every bowel movement. There's a CTOS camera installed inside my underwear drawer. A media drone is scaring the birds off my garden bird feeder, and you can't get me consistently hot water.
Speaking of media drones, I mean, they're everywhere, clearly. The great thing, I guess, about media drones is that, as inanimate robots, they actually have more humanity, compassion and dignity than the human journalists we used to have to put up with, and a much more accurately calibrated moral compass. But it's the intrusion I can't stand, Alice. I'm in showbiz. Look up here in this windowless dungeon. I'm in showbiz, and it's terrible for me. All these drones are being filmed all the time. Every day I have to make sure I've done my hair and makeup and not wearing clothes I've ever worn before. Well, we all have crosses to bear.
At this point, they've installed so many CTOS cameras, I'm not sure where they'll put the new ones. On top of the old ones, just cameras watching other cameras, like a social media influencer so self-absorbed they don't know how to sleep without turning it into monetized content.
I think that's the logical end of all society, isn't it? Where just everything has just become a camera filming another camera. To be honest, I've just given up on all news and reality now, Alice. I just, in fact, I now just make up my own headlines these days. I get a piece of paper and a pen. Remember them? Paper and pens, those were the days. And I'll just write down the headlines I want to read. Now, I'll just make my own newspaper. Look, here I've got today. If you point at the bird shit on your car window and say it's a currency, no one can tell you otherwise. Screams Chancellor at Bilderberg karaoke night. That's right, another headline. Here we go. PM announces Britain back on track after swapping all Crown Estate properties for some magic beans. Might as well. We've got to do something as the nation we are today. Here's another one. Wild joy on the streets as Britain signs £864 billion trade deal with Bolivia. There we go. Build a better world. Government claims only nice people will benefit from agreement to sell trampolines no making warships to landlocked South American nation. We're building a better Britain. Here's another one. Environment probably fine, claims drowning scientist. Invent the world you want to have, people. It's going to be way, way better than the one you've actually got. From the bug, goodbye. From the Buccaneer, this is the bug.
I want to go home.
Coming up in today's episode of The Upload, we're talking about how Bagley managed to conquer London. Pretty much my favourite topic. I could talk for hours about the rise of the AI system. It's easy to forget about its origins. It's so present everywhere we go now. Bagley just kind of blends into the background.
Bagley is the service AI that's present in every optic device. Whether you're using the optic, Bagley will be there. The AI is streamed to your optic from Bloom Central Command Center, and it was first created by Sky Larson, our tech hero, as part of her techno-utopian idea for the world. Why do you think it grew so quickly?
In my mind, it's no surprise that Bagley became so popular. It's funny, useful, fast. It's a great companion and really just makes life so much easier. I mean, when you look back at
lockdown right now. There's been a breach! Search for the intruder!
The other competitors really just couldn't compete with Bagley. They didn't understand anything. And Bagley pretty much everything right first time. Do you have any idea why Bagley really beat all the competition?
Okay, this is bad. Are these winners always going to be after me?
Until you lose them, yes.
Bloody AIs, right?
Control, we're in pursuit. Over. Across the web, through your optic headset. Isn't the AI only good because of Bloom surveillance?
Well, I suppose
Let's take a confrontation. I can handle it. Steady. Steady.
Control, we have a seriously injured officer.
Control, we are pursuing the suspects. Over.
This is bad. You useless flap of skin. Having a nap, are we? Target dropped out of sight.
Negative. No sign of suspect. Over.
They're here somewhere. Let's keep our eye peeled. Worthless.
Albion is here to protect you.
We are in pursuit. I say again, in pursuit.
Suspect is not going quietly. Stand by.
Control. Officer needs an ambulance.
Hey, you're right.
Swine!
I'm in pursuit of the target. Control, we are pursuing the target.
Shit! Shit!
Control, send back up to my location. I repeat, send back up to my location.
See what you can find.
Come in, dispatch. Drones are en route to suspect.
Control, I'm ready to immobilize the target.
There's no winning, mate. I'm trapped here.
I'm putting an end to this.
Not now.
Over.
That's a hit.
Somebody help that
Now.
officer. Over.
Your teammate has sought out new accommodations in an Albion holding cell. Have London rents really gotten that bad?
It's about time, yeah? Let's leg it. Okay, what? Going on?
All illegal activities will be prosecuted.
hi.
Towards my feet. Your face ain't big for my boots. Kick up the you. Man, know that I kick up the you. Them boy there try to twist up the truth. How dare you twist up the truth? You're getting way too big for your boots. You're never too big for the boot. I got the big size toes.
Oh, I'm just the most sophisticated AI on the planet, but sure, I'll count ball bounces for you.
Are you daft?
Reminder, all vehicles must be correctly registered.
I ain't picking this up. Oh shit, I gotta get out of here. Oh no. What a nightmare.
Awaiting an active protest report.
I wanna go home.
Reaching area. No new crimes reported for the immediate area.
Shit! Shit, hope no one's hurt.
Huh?
Got to stay in the car.
Please stop!
No! This vehicle before it hurts someone.
Oh, what the fuck?
Any luck yet? Drone, enter search protocol.
Away from here.
Got a vehicle behaving erratically. Initiate lockdown. What the?
I've got a pint for whoever finds them. Drone, initiate search.
Something's up with this vehicle, people. Begin lockdown. Drone, enter search of the area. Fucking hell.
Look around. No stone unturned.
How about some deep breaths?
Drone, perform a search.
Fucking pay.
Didn't get rid
The
of the
whole
bomb.
fucking
Just
pay.
calm professionals.
Just give me a fucking wait.
Some terrorists try something, it'll be the soldier that takes them out, not the asshole with the vest and the baton.
There's no need to get...
Getting arseholed and throwing bits of metal around has got to count as training somehow.
Alright, cool.
Fuck! They're up and vanished.
Asshole. Seriously serious. How about some deep breaths, yeah? You'll never know what hit you. Just calm down. Fuck with me, huh? We'll see.
Are you a few sandwiches short of a pickle?
There's no need to get so angry. That's it. Take a few deep breaths. Right. Right. Believe this shit. Don't fucking me. Go all fucking me. Fucking me. Shit. There's no need to get so angry. They'll never know what hit them. Alright, take it easy. Fuck me, huh? See? Just calm down. Glad you decided to come to your senses. Yeah, whatever. Right, cool. Why has this got to happen now? I can't fucking wait to go. Serious? Like seriously serious? Come on, mate. Take it easy. They'll never know what it is. How about some deep breaths, yeah? Fuck me, huh? See? How about some deep breaths, yeah? Good. Calm it down to some common sense. Just stop. Shut up. Just leave me alone. Life was a fucking hard. I can't fucking wait to get Free country, yeah. Look where that's got us. Right, take it easy.
Not on it.
What on earth?
Ah! Get this off me! Bellend! Degenerate!
You
All units, I say again, all units, we have reports of a hostile in your area. Over.
We're on their tail. Over.
Ugh, what in the hell?
You there! Hold it! Fucking hell!
Control, I've lost the target.
Does anyone want to play some bets? I got some good odds here. All above board, I promise you. You never know what could happen. This could be a
Control, let's put out an APW. We're getting nowhere here.
Who wants to make a bet?
Don't give a shit for the good old days. What good old days? I don't remember those. It was always pretty good back then.
around now. Just look to stir shit up.
Exactly. Oh, that reminds me. I was day when suddenly a bunch of people got electrocuted by their optics. They all overcharged at the same time. What are the odds?
What happened to you, little one?
How is that even possible?
Well, I got spared for some
But
reason.
it looks
But
like
I
you
saw
flew
someone
too
else
close to
standing
some
there
skyscrapers.
too, looking smug as hell. My bet is they had something to do with it.
You mean like a hacker?
But not just a hacker, though. A black hat hacker.
Right, we definitely don't have anything more important to do.
Fuck. Damn it. Oh, bloody hell. Damn it. Oh, bloody hell. Fuck. Oh, bloody hell. Damn it. Brrrah! Fucking hectic, innit? Rolling. There it is. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, bloody hell. Fuck. Oh, bloody hell. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, bloody hell. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, bloody hell.
Stupid drone.
Fuck. Damn it. Oh, bloody hell. Damn it. Fuck. Damn it. Fuck. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, bloody hell. Fuck.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know. Yep.
Damn it.
Yeah, no, I told her. Yeah. Oh my god, I know.
The current threat level is severe. Heightened security measures are in effect throughout London city limits.
You're needed. Can you...
Say no more.
So they can watch everything we're doing. That is what you're doing anyway. With that goddamn...
You piece of shit!
Alright, cool. Whatever.
I heard this.
Very nice.
We don't want a police case. Oh yeah, go! People, not machines. People, not machines. And do something. Oh yeah, go! Living on the street.
Very nice.
Living on the street. Keep it up. Bunch of workers. You are all bring down the cost of living. Now we're talking. Robots won't save us. Privatize human rights.
All right.
Albion services. Oh yeah, go! Living on the street. Keep it up. Everyone's London's a war zone. We need work. Now
This is fun! Come on already! Why would you do this? Fuck off!
That comes from our belief. Fuck, hold them. Upon this city that we must hate.
People, not machines. People, not machines. Living on the street. London's a
What a headache.
Now we're talking. Bring down the cost of living. Fuck the government.
I like it, I like it.
Keep it up. Bunch of workers. Out from the street. Oh yeah, go! Robots won't save us. Save our fucking jobs.
Fuck this, I'm gone.
Keep it up. Alright, wake up and do something. There's millions of us living on the street. You can't say that.
Yes, very good.
Everyone deserves a home. Isn't the future? Now we're talking. Save our fucking jobs on our street. Bring down the cost of living. We need work. Oh yeah, go! Bunch of workers. They're broke. They're homeless. They're dying. It's now we're talking. Save our fucking jobs. Oh yeah, go!
Not my
Bring down
business.
the cost of living. Fuck the government. People, not machines! People, not machines! There's too many of us living on the street! Oh, yes, this is great! Fuck the government! Keep it up! A war zone! Save our fucking jobs! You can't say that, people! Oh, yes! Cost of living!
Someone call 999 now!
Everyone deserves a home!
Now we should get you medical attention.
Robots won't save us!
Uphold them.
Just walk away.
Albion is a blight upon
Jeez.
the city that
I don't even want this in my history.
Let's not get involved with these wankers.
I better not see you again.
We don't want a police station!
Oh, I'm sorry, I really have to go. I'm running late.
uphold them.
Amazing!
This isn't the future! It's the dark
Upon
ages!
this city that we must hate.
Dinosaur, tag us, kill us when they feel like it. Fucking bollocks is what it is. I know things is hard right now, but none of it is worth having these PMC but...
I guess. No. Okay, but boy, eyes up now, man.
Don't judge. Don't judge.
What is this shit?
That we've become and think, hey Doc, put your life-saving treatment down. I'm going to take this free one-way bus out of here. Now hold that pillow over my face until the twitching stops.
I just don't think we should think of it in such a negative way. Don't think of it as a medicine diet, Anne. You think of it as a series of...
Remind me to never get arrested again, like ever.
Glad you're out. Let's pay them back tenfold for caging us, yeah?
Welcome to Nexus Tower.
Shit! Fucking... What the hell? Stop resisting! Where the hell are they?
Cease and desist.
What was that? What was that? Huh?
Halt! Failure to comply.
Hang on.
Did you hear that?
Investigation underway. Updating facial recognition software. Disturbance detected. Disturbance detected. Beginning the investigation.
Someone's disabled the turret. Nobody... Nothing in the vicinity.
Why is this...
Gonna keep looking. Stick to procedure.
Let's keep our eyes peeled.
Give up now.
You and me.
Bloody brats.
You fuckwit. My fucking ears!
Antisocial behavior often appears suspicious and is prone to outward investigation. Remember to be mindful of your actions. Albion is permitted to access your data. This
Missions underway. Or criminal offender. Investigating disturbance. Updating facial recognition software.
Hey, Princess. Just...
And no human zone. How refreshing. So clean, so organised, so peaceful. They follow strict environmental controls in the server silos. Luckily, you can take control over the maintenance drones.
The easiest way to completely scramble their information center would be to cause a surge in the power core.
What can we do then?
They use high-capacity battery banks to ensure backup power. If you can find one, simply drop it in the core and that'll do it.
I'll go look around there.
That's it. Drop this battery bank in the core and Albion logistics, done. Tactical assessment, kaput. Whatever operational algorithms they rely on, all gone. Get to it. That's it. Drop this battery bank in the core and Albion logistics, done. Tactical assessment, kaput. Whatever operational algorithms they rely on, all gone. Get to it. Yes! There goes Albion's Global Information Center. How about we let the people of Southwark know? I have an idea.
The whole borough is seeing this. The revolution's here, people! Right on your door!
Add this to everything.
Scream. Confidential. Fast.
Hurrah! That got my blood pumping!
The news that Albion's Global Operations Center is out of commission is bound to get people thinking that things are on the outs for Albion. You did well.
Thanks.
Have the voices. Need you to voice act?